button. That's not the button. There's the button. Ready? Here we go. Can we do it? You're live, it says. I'm live. Okay, but then I got to go back over here. I'm trying to learn all the button pushing here. And then I go down to record and record in the cloud. Recording in progress. Let us be Zen now.
Mission accomplished. Jundo, don't forget to highlight yourself.
Oh, to highlight myself. How do I do? Oh, no, I got to do it here. Okay. Highlighting myself. 1 second. I pinned myself, I guess that's what it means. I guess I pinned myself. That's the same as highlighting myself.
I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure, but
it works. All right, 1 second. I got a robe problem.
Yeah, I don't think it was that.
My robe is not pinned. My screen is pinned, but my robe is not pinned. What was I going
You mean to go to speaker rather than gallery?
I need to go to where? Gallery?
Speaker instead of gallery.
Speaker instead of gallery. Okay, I know that means something. Spotlight for everyone.
Upper right-hand corner.
Continue.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, because now everyone has to move back to gallery view.
I don't know what happened there. Okay, whatever it is, we're going with this. I got a candle to light.
You're fine. You're fine.
Hi, Segashi. Hi, Segashi. I think we're doing okay. Hi. Hi. Where's your straw hat today, Segashi? Okay. Anyway, I'm going.
You're muted.
I'm literally on the sofa, so I was just checking.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Micromanagement. It's called micromanagement.
No, I watched the YouTube. I tuned in on YouTube and I heard pinning instead of spotlighting, and I had a heart attack. But now I'm leaving again.
It's okay. For right now. It's all right. The spotlight's not good. Oh, wait a second. I do the candle. I don't do the incense. I can figure out Zoom, but I can't figure out the incense today. Okay. Here we go.
Y'all have a great sit. I'm leaving again.
Okay, see you guys.
Enjoy. Bye.
Hello. Now we can be calm. I believe we're all on the air. I have pushed all the buttons correctly. Good to see you, Alonzo, Brad, Naiko, Ross, good you're here. Shokai, lovely. Rowan was our first person in the door. Nengyoku, a future Ino. Yoan today is, Neil, good to see you. All the folks at home. Nenge, lovely. Byoan was our Ino last week. He's our Ino this time too, but this time is what I call the big show. How's your Japanese pronunciation, Byoan? Have you been working on it? Think you got it?
I will allow you to evaluate and judge it afterwards. I'm sure you're going to let me know.
I'm sure it's fine. Plus the identity of relative and absolute, which as I just posted to one of our other Enos, was actually composed by the great Bernie Glassman Roshi. You know him, of social activism. He was a big engaged Buddhism fellow in the US. Wonderful teacher, Bernie Glassman. But he vaguely composed it based on the melody from Fiddler on the Roof. If it ever strikes you, da 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 da. You know that? So you may pick that up a little. That's a little bit of trivia. But Yoan's going to take a try at that today. And we're returning to the Vamilikerti Sutra today. A wonderful section, if you ask me. And we'll get to that. But if you've been here before, you know what to do. Danny is here, so all is well. If you've been here before, you know what to do. And if it's your first time, just follow along. If there's no health reason that you can't, please rise for service. Thank you.
Sakahanya Haramita Shingyo. 한지 자이보 사츠교진 한야라미타 지쇼겐고 원가이그 도이사이그 야그샤리시 시기후이 그후이 시기시기 서구제 그그 서구제 시기주 소교 시기야그분요제 샤리시 제쇼호그 소프 쇼프 메즈프 그프조 프조프 겐제고그주 무시기 무주 소교 시기 무겐니 비제신니무 시기 쇼고미 소그 호무겐가이 나이시무이 시기가이 무무묘야그무무묘진 나이시무로 시야그무로 시진 무그슈무즈도 무지야그무도그이 무쇼떡고보다이 사타이 한야하라미다 고심무게게 고무구후 온리사이덴도무소 그교내 한산제쇼 부수의 한야하라미다 고독구와 너구다라 산야그 산보다이 고지 한야하라미다 제다이지슈 제다이묘슈 제무조슈 제무도도슈 노조이사이그 신즈즈브 고고세즈 한야하라미다 슈소구세즈 슈와츠갸테 야테 하라갸테 하라소갸테 보지소아가 안녕하신요. The identity of relative and absolute. The mind of the great sage of India is intimately conveyed west and east. While human faculties are both wise or dull in the way there are no northern or southern ancestors, the subtle source shines clear in the light, the branching streams flow in the dark. To be attached to things is primordial illusion. To encounter the absolute is not yet enlightenment. All spheres, every sense and feel intermingle even as they shine alone, interacting even as they merge, yet keeping their places and expressions of their own. Sights differ primarily in shape and character, in sounds, in harsh or soothing tones. The dark makes all words one. The brightness distinguishes good and bad phrases. The four elements return to their true nature as a child turns to its mother. Fire is hot, water is wet, wind moves and the earth is dense. Eye and form, ear and sound, nose and smell, tongue and taste, the sweet and sour, each independent of the other, like leaves that come from the same root. And though leaves and root must go back to the source, both root and leaves have their own uses. Light is also darkness, but do not think of it as darkness. Darkness is light, do not see it as light. Light and darkness are not one, not two, like the foot before and the foot behind in walking. Each thing has its own being, which is not different from its place and function. The relative fits the absolute as a box and its lid. The absolute meets the relative like two arrow points that touch in mid-air. Hearing this, simply perceive what is, make no criterion. If you do not see the way, you do not see it even as you walk upon it. Walking forward in the way, you draw no nearer, progress no farther. One who fails to see this truth is mountains and rivers away. Listen, those who would perceive this subtle matter, live well your time by night and day. Buddha nature pervades the whole universe, reality existing right here now. In reciting the heart of the perfection of Great Wisdom Sutra and the identity of relative and absolute, we dedicate our sincere efforts to Shakyamuni Buddha, Honored One, the historical Buddha and teacher, and to those ancestral teachers, Eihei Dogen, Honored One, Soji Keizan, Honored One, all successive Honored Ones up until Zuigaku Renpo, Honored One, and Gudo Wafu, Honored One, and to all other Honored Ones throughout history, same yet diverse Honored Ones, whose names have been forgotten or left unsaid. We also dedicate these efforts to the three treasures, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, to all awakened ones and teachers in all places and times. We especially seek tranquility and well-being for all creatures now suffering or ill in health. May they be serene through all their ills. May their lives be at peace and wisdom pervade the darkness of ignorance. We dedicate our hopes and aspirations to all victims of war and violence and natural events, to the injured and to all families touched by these tragedies, to the healing of hatred in all countries and among all peoples, to the wisdom and compassion of our world leaders, to the peace of the world and harmony of all beings. Thus let the harmful effects of words, thoughts, and actions be dispelled, and compassion bloom in perpetual spring. May we all realize and live the enlightened way together. All Buddhas throughout space and time. All Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha Prajna Padamita.
Zazen? Can't hit? You being able to stay to the end today? You would like to do the metaverse? I think I have the script. Maybe you create something. If you don't feel confident, practice. Okay. You can't get it wrong. for yourself. Somebody you love, and a friend, and a stranger, and a difficult person. All sent to you. Great. Okay. So is that will have a long can hint. The sun came out. Nice to see you. We're going around. We don't get busy.
No props, no.
With a minute, you'll sit here later. We will now have a talk with Zazen. You can sit and listen to the talk. You can sit Zazen during the talk. You can stand on your head during the talk. Yoga people, I guess you can do a yoga pose. We're okay. We're pretty flexible around here. No pun intended. Bjorn, can you do the verse to open the sutra? Otherwise, I have it. Oh, wait a second. Our speaker went off. I have to.
I can, no problem. Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah.
No problem.
No problemo.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want it now?
No, I gotta get sitting first.
Okay. Well, you rang the bell, so.
Takes time. Okay then.
The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered yet rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered yet rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered yet rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning.
Lovely. Good to have you all here. Hello, Hato and Georgia. Good to see you. We are continuing today with the Vamilikerti Sutra, which some folks might say, well, we're back to that crazy, fantastic story where all these unusual creatures or saying these hard to understand things. I've been watching some of the new Star Trek series. You know, there's like 15 new Star Treks out there, and they have nothing to rival this book for weird happenings and unusual creatures, you know. And but just because it's a fantastic story and told in this way that is kind of otherworldly, it doesn't mean that the wisdom there is not true. Quite the contrary. This is as true can be. And it's the key to peace in this life, in this world, most practical. Because what they're discussing today is truly the key to the suffering at the heart of the human condition. And you can't get more practical than that, I promise you. This is what our practice is all about. Now, this story is also told where all these fantastic bodhisattvas, you'll see their names are just wonderful, give their interpretations on emptiness, which is also enlightenment, which is also nirvana. It's kind of all the same things, different ways to put it. And they say it's this and they say it's that. And then Vamilikerti comes, the great layperson at the end, a family man, a man with a business, a man who lives in town. And at the end, he kind of bests all the bodhisattvas with his final, shall we say, expression of what this is. But does he best them? I would say no, it's not like that. It would be wrong to take it that way. First off, these are the great bodhisattvas. They know what they're talking about. They're not saying, oh, my daughter's bringing the tea. If you'd like any tea, there'll be tea here. You can just leave it right here on the steps. Thank you, Chow. Thank you. There'll be a tip in it for you later. And the bodhisattvas know of what they express. They're not wrong at all. So you'll see that Vamilikerti's expression at the end might be said to just be the string that ties all the presents together, or the cherry on top of the sundae, like that. I would not in any way say that what we're going to read from the bodhisattvas is wrong at all. Now, I've given here a list of about half of what the bodhisattvas had to say, and I've taken pretty much the more easy to understand ones. There are some other ones that you'll see, the very same point about various aspects of Buddhist doctrine and Dharma, like the Four Noble Truths are empty, and I would have to explain what all those doctrines are and then say, well, but they're making the same point. So I took the low-hanging fruit, shall we say here. So let's begin. It's the same. The wisdom here you'll see applies again and again. So you're not missing anything at all. There's nothing to miss. So it begins. This is chapter 9 of the Vamilikerti Sutra. At that time, Vamilikerti said to the various bodhisattvas, sirs. This was translated in the 50s. Let's put sirs or madam, I don't know how to say that, or all of you wonderful bodhisattvas. Make it a little less sexist here. How does the bodhisattva go about entering the doorway of non-dualism? Let each one explain as he or she understands it. Now, one of the bodhisattvas in the assembly, whose name was Dharma Freedom. Great names, man. It sounds like what they used to name babies in the 60s, you know. Hey, my baby's named Dharma Freedom, you know. Hey. Okay, Dharma Freedom spoke these words. Sirs, or persons, birth and extinction form a dualism. But since all dharmas are not born to begin with, they must now be without extinction. By grasping and learning to accept this truth of birthlessness, one may enter the gate of non-dualism. So right from the start, our very first Bodhisattva, the aptly named Dharma freedom, frees us from birth and death. I would say that goes right to the heart of human suffering and the human condition. How does this, though, free us from birth and death? Well, those of you who have been coming to the ZAZENKAI for a few years, like Danny here, and Cynthia, you've been coming now a couple of years here, I guess. It's getting there. Yeah, second year. So you've heard all this before, but it merits saying it again. Yes, we're born and we die. Sorry, guys, even the Buddha died. There's nothing I can do to cure that. But we have another way of experiencing this, which is as follows, as I often give the example. You're a wave that has risen on the sea. You're moving along the sea for a while, and then the wave, well, shall we say, someday hits the rocks or fades back into the sea. So the wave is born. The wave someday is kaput. German word there, Danny? Kaput?
Yes.
Yes, kaput. Finished. But the wave is the sea all along. The sea's very flowing. To the extent that through our Buddhist practice, and especially Zazen, we can learn to experience ourselves as the whole flowing sea that was there before the wave, that is there during the wave, and that shall, I believe, continue flowing after the wave, to the extent you can re-identify who you are as not only the wave, but as your flowing whole sea-ness. You're not going anywhere. And neither did you come from anywhere. Because you are the whole thing's going, and going, with no gone. How's that? Now, what Vamilikerti's point will be at the end is you cannot only understand this intellectually, of course. When we sit Zazen, the hard sense of separate self melts a bit. Sometimes melts a lot or completely, but melts a little bit, where the hard borders between yourself and the whole flowing wholeness of it all, the sea, becomes realized as never apart at all. And when you do that, you have this birthless experience. You know, people think that Zen and Buddhism is very illogical, but I think I just explained it in a fairly understandable way. But of course, the trick is to get a sense that you're not just the wave. You got to get a sense through Zazen of your sea-ness. Okay, let's go on. Next Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva Virtue Guardian said, I and mine form a dualism. Because there is an I, there is also a mine. But if there is no I, there will be no mine. In this way, one enters the gate of non-dualism. And I'm going to combine this with the next one, which is kind of related. The Bodhisattva Universal Guardian. It sounds like Marvel Comics superheroes, you know? Isn't that one of them? Iron Man, Universal Guardian? No? Virtue Guardian? No? Okay, anyway. I and not I form a dualism. But when one cannot grasp even I, how can one grasp not I? One who has seen into the true nature of I will no longer give rise to the two concepts in this way and enters the gate of non-dualism. Very simply, again, your sense of being the separate wave apart from all the other waves, softens and fades away. It is not that you realize just that you're a wave in the sea. You realize, now this is the point, get the logic of this. You're the sea, they are the sea, because sea is sea, you are they and they are you. Let me repeat that. You realize you're not just a wave, you're the sea. Everything else, including the mountains, the stars, Cynthia here, and Danny, and Alonzo, and James, waves on the sea. Of course, the James wave is not the Junda wave. Cynthia's over there. She's not Danny over there. Bion is not Nenge, etc. Waves and waves. The mountain is not the tree. Waves and waves. But since this wave is the sea, and that wave is the sea, we say, as they say in Mexico, CC. In other words, it's all the sea. You are the mountain. You are Cynthia. James is Nenge. You're just a flowing. When you lose this, the conflict that results between you and all the other separate things of the world kind of dissolves, because you need separation to have conflict. If there's no separation, no conflict is possible. This is not wrong. The Bodhisattva is perfectly right. Again, we experience this in Zazen. Also, we desire things. If you have an I, you have what you want. You have what you consider mine. You have yours, what you want, right? I want to get more of that. I'm getting a new car next week. My 12-year-old car finally died. I'm getting a Suzuki Ignis. It's 3 years old, but my brother-in-law, he's in the used car business, picked it out for me, says it's a nice car. Suzuki Ignis. I have been looking for 2 weeks in Japan. I have seen one other Suzuki Ignis. I think the Japanese consider it one of the ugliest cars. I don't know. They don't like it. Anyway, I got off on my new car here, but I want that car. That car is going to make me happy. You know what a new car does for about 2 weeks? You know, I love my old car, but gee, it's a shiny new car, you know? I'm going to get it. Makes me happy to get what I want. Okay, well, when we do Zazen, we realize there's no separate thing to want that's apart from a separate I, because the car is the wave, which is the sea, and I am the wave with the sea. The sea is never lacking one drop. The sea is totally the sea, man. Sea's never lacking a drop. Sea doesn't need anything. If the wave rises, the sea hasn't gained anything. When the wave disappears, the wave hasn't lost anything, assuming, of course, in this world, the sea does not have evaporation at all. The sea is just a constant of that's wholly always the sea. So I want what's mine, but the sea doesn't. So when you experience the softening of I-ness, the conflict of person to person, country against country, things you want, things you're afraid of, kind of vanishes. Time for the footnote that we have to say here. Of course, we're still alive in this world. So unfortunately, I have to tell you, you and friends, loved ones, the cat, they die. The waves do disappear, and we love those waves because I love them, even though they're sea and I'm sea. We're also still in this world. And I want things, hopefully in moderation. And I'm sad when the cat dies or I lose things. I'm worried about things. The perspective of wholeness is not a total cure for being alive in this world. Because if we were in this whole world where we're just the sea, we couldn't be alive. We couldn't function, you see. So our practice is not only to realize this emptiness, our practice is to find out how it all fits together, this world of separation, of birth and death, me and you, things I need, things I fear, and this other experience, which turns out to be not an other experience. It's the same thing, shall we say, turned around and viewed differently, where there is no life and death, and there is no loss, and there is no me and you. How do they all fit together? This is our practice. See. So I can say the table is empty, it's just the sea, and I'm empty, and I'm just the sea. I'm empty of separate self-existence, but yet I'm going to bang my knee on that table. How does it all fit together? Okay, let's continue here. The Bodhisattva Virtue Peak said, defilement and purity form a dualism, but if one sees into the true nature of defilement, it is without the marks of purity, but leads into the extinction of all marks. In this way, one enters the gate of non-dualism. Don't worry about the marks, but let's put it this way. We live in a world where we think of things as good and bad and pure and impure, right? But here, dirty things, dehumanizing things, terrible things in this world. All right? This sees beyond that too. And it all kind of all washes away as the sea. And yet, I still have dishes to wash later. I still have terrible, defiling situations in this world, degrading situations in this world. That is, it is our duty to try to make better. We see both at once and have the duty to do better. This is our Buddhist practice. Master Dogen did not see this as separate at all. There is nothing to clean, whether in society or in my sink. And yet, there are things to clean. And we should clean them. And the whole thing together is our Soto Zen way of Master Dogen. Everybody still here? You kind of faded away for a second. Give me a little wave. Little wave? Good, 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 good. Okay. Let's do a few more of these, going a little faster. The Bodhisattva, Good Constellation, said, who thought up these names? The stirring of the mind and thought, these two form a dualism. But if the mind is not stirred, then there will be no thought. And if there is no thought, there is no discrimination, no separation. There's no things, right? The one who has thoroughly mastered this enters the gate of non-dualism. As you've heard me say many times, there's kind of a tree and there's kind of a mountain and there's kind of Cynthia, but also they basically also exist basically as ideas in your mind, because I've identified this lovely person here with a name, Cynthia, and she's an image. Cynthia, I know you're out there, but right now I'm seeing you in here. You realize that? Light is coming in my eyes and an incredible recreation that I believe is called Cynthia, without checking your driver's license, I believe so, is in my mind. And the mountain, I'm pretty sure there is something out there that we call Scuba Mountain, but it's basically right now existing between my ears, because all I've ever had is light coming in my eyes, which gets turned into electrochemical systems, which goes up here, which I see as an image, which I label Scuba Mountain. And all of you, it's easy to understand. Look at you, you're light on a screen. I assume Bion is there. Somebody chanted our verse to open the sutras today. But you're definitely light that I'm seeing on a screen that is coming in my eyes, which is kind of another screen that I assign all these names to. In other words, when we drop all the thinking and the names, the separation also disappears. And we can realize the sea. All the waves, I'm sure you're all out there, waves. Give me a wave, waves. Hey, that's cute. Every wave out there, give me a wave. Yes, waving waves. Hello. Good. I got a two-handed wave there from the wave. Shokai the wave gave me a wave. Very good. But you're existing all as names in my brain of separate things. And when I drop the names and my sense of you as separate things, we all recover our C-ness. Let's go. Bodhisattva push y'all. This is from, hey, that's something from Georgia down there, Heito. Push y'all. Let's push y'all. Push y'all said, good and not good form a dualism. But if one does not call up either good or not good, but enters the realm of the formless, truly masters it. That's like we were talking before about the dirty things. Good and bad is the same. But here's another point about Master Dogen. When we drop this stuff of good and bad, or pure and impure, defiling and not defiling, it's very important in Buddhism to recall this. We're not left with a void, meaningless, neutral nothing. We Buddhists, and I think it's a kind of where we get into a spiritual, religious, mystical sense here. I call myself a practical mystic. Feel that what's ever remaining about this C-ness is kind of good and pure and nice. It's kind of a big okay somehow. Okay? It's not just like, oh, we did away with good and bad. Nothing, it means anything. It's nihilism. It's amoral like that. No. When you do away down to the C-ness and your sense of separate self drops, you're left with something good about this world with a capital G. I think the people in the other religion, those competing religions, may refer to that as God, but I don't want to go there. It's something good. Okay? All right. We call it Buddha. They call it God. Vamilikerti at the end of the sutra says, all of you, shh. And that's because you don't need a name for these things. You don't need a name for these good things. Okay. Let's keep going. Bodhisattva Lion, or as my son's name is, Leon, it's the same, said, blame and blessing form a dualism. In other words, when you think that, oh, this guy did me wrong, or this was a good thing for me, also, it's kind of empty and washes away in the sea. The sea is the greatest big B blessing, according to the Buddha. It's the big Buddha blessing. Let's go to the next one. Bodhisattva Lion Will. Maybe it's Lion's cousin. I don't know. Presence of outflows of passion and absence of such outflows constitute a dualism. I'm not going to read all the rest. It's kind of the same. When you get passionate, let's say you're sad, or you get angry, or you get jealous, or you get lonely, or you get happy. This is also the sea. It's the sea getting happy. It's the sea getting sad. It's the sea getting afraid of something that's also the sea. And it all kind of washes away in the sea of emptiness. Emptiness means not empty, empty of separate self-existence. When it becomes the wholeness, when it becomes the flowing wholeness, we realize that the jealousy was the flowing wholeness and the anger was the flowing wholeness. But somehow when we realize the sea, what can we be jealous about? Because nothing's lacking and there's nobody else. I can't be jealous of Cynthia because she's not separate from me. I can't be angry at Danny. I've never been angry at Danny, but I can't be angry at Danny because we're just the sea. The sea can't be angry at something, there's nothing apart. You need something separate to be angry about. I can't be angry. But in this world, we're still separate. Remember that? In this life, we're still going to be separate. And that means I'm going to get angry at Danny sometimes. And Cynthia, I'm jealous of you. Sometimes. I'm human. I got angry a couple of weeks ago about something. I did a little talk about that. Kind of lost myself for a few minutes. Right? I'm human. So step 3 is, according to Master Dogen, okay, we're not going to be completely rid of the passions. Keep them in moderation and under control. Don't let the pot, when you heat up the pot of soup, don't let it boil over. That's our practice. Nothing to be angry about, but yet we're going to get angry because the sea is still the sea, getting angry at things. And if that starts to happen, turn the heat down. Okay. All right, the realm of birth and death and that of nirvana are dualism. This world and the world of nirvana, which is the world of emptiness, which is the wholeness, which is the sea-ness, which is the flowing, which is Buddha, which some call God if you want, or don't say anything at all, is the same. The separation, the world of things that disappoint us, the world of wars in Ukraine, the world that's sometimes beautiful and sometimes so ugly, and this somehow flowing wholeness that is always kind of big B Buddha beautiful, are the same, viewed from different, shall we say, perspectives or aspects. Okay, I'm going to keep going. Enlightenment and ignorance form a dualism, said Bodhisattva Lightning God. He was one of the Marvel characters. I'm telling you, that Lightning God. No? That's basically the same as what I just said, the world of this crazy mixed up world and the world of emptiness. Next one says the same thing. Bodhisattva Joyful Seeing says, form and the emptiness of form constitute a dualism, but form is none other than emptiness. Emptiness does not represent the extinction of form. Form is itself empty by nature, which is precisely what we chant in the Heart Sutra today. Buddhism is really not teaching 1,000 different things. It's kind of just teaching the same things 1,000 different ways. So this is basic Buddhism 101. If you think that Buddhism was just about coming to learn to be nice and be in the moment and be peaceful and get rid of some stress, realize that the ultimate stress reducer is not, anything but dropping the sense of separate self for the big ocean. That is the great sense, it literally gives you everything you could possibly want in life, because there's nothing to want except what is and what you have. It's the ultimate gift. Okay, Bodhisattva Meritfield, to speak of meritorious deeds, blameful deeds, and deeds that call forth no retribution is dualistic, but it's all empty. In other words, doing good things, doing bad things, or doing things that are kind of neutral, morally, ethically, are all empty. They all wash away in the sea. So, I could kill somebody, rob a bank, no problem. It's all empty. There was no bank to rob from the sea's perspective. There was no body to kill or be killed, because it was the sea just seeing the sea. Nothing was lost from the sea. Nothing was gained from the sea. This wave killed the other wave, but the sea was completely unaffected by it. So really, it's all empty, right? From the other perspective, no, I killed somebody. I robbed a bank. I did a bad thing. Master Dogen's third perspective, don't do that. Do good things. Do nice things. Make good karma. See? We live from these 3 ways here, you might say. Next one, Bodhisattva Virtue Storehouse. To suppose that there is some form or object that one can acquire is dualistic. That's kind of what we spoke about before, about acquiring things. There's nothing separate to acquire. Bodhisattva Treasure Sign. To yearn for nirvana and not delight in the world constitutes as dualism. But if one does not yearn for nirvana and does not loathe the world, there will be no dualism. Why? Because it's all comes free. Okay, so our practice is not to seek for nirvana, because the sea cannot look for the sea. So when we sit zazen, we're not seeking anything. And this radical non-seeking is the sea realizing itself as always having been itself. Because let's say you're the sea and you're looking over there. Do you see the sea? I think I see it over there. I'm the wave. I'd like to find the sea. I'd like to find nirvana. I'd like to find enlightenment. I think it's behind the house there. You see, I'm the sea trying to see the sea. See this. I'm the sea trying to see the sea who sells seashells by the seashore. You remember that tongue twister? She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. She sells seashells by the seashore. You know that? Yeah. Okay. So I'm trying to see the sea over there. The sea should realize its sea-ness by radically stopping the looking over there or anywhere else. Though it is over there. When I see Cynthia, I'm looking at the sea. When I see the table, I'm seeing the sea. When I see the mountain, I'm seeing the sea. But when I sit zazen and I stop trying to get anywhere else or find anything else, I radically realize my innate and always present see-ness. Okay. And then we get in this world and we realize this whole world has been it all along. And that's cool too. But yet, even though the good things in this world and the bad things and the war and the peace and the pollution and the beautiful trees are all it. It's all the sea, man. The war is the sea. The trees are the sea. The pollution is the sea. The violence is the sea. The peace is the sea. It's all the sea. And in a sense, there is no war. There's no tree. There's no peace. When we realize the sea-ness, it's kind of the big peace with a capital P, the big beautiful with a capital B, and in this world, we realize, like the hippie there, what is his name? Hippie Dharma Freedom would say, make love, not war. Some of you, I'm looking at you, you're about my age, you remember that. You're not, yeah, I see you, show on. Yeah, you were the, I bet you were, yeah, I were you. Make peace, love war. Plant trees. Don't plant anger. By the way, Washin, our great Ukrainian priest, is leading ZAZENKAI there. Odessa is becoming a target more and more day by day. He's planting more trees day by day for the same reason. Let him invade, let him knock down the trees. We're planting something beautiful here. Why would you do that in the middle of a war zone? To remind the world there can be beauty. He plants trees on the beach where there's going to be a landing, and probably most of those trees will get knocked down if the Russians land on that beach, right? Even though the war is the sea, and the trees are the sea, and the mountain is the sea, and peace is the sea, and war is the sea, even though it's all that, the duty is to plant beauty in this world. Master Dogen said, make beautiful things. Don't make war, make peace. See, we're living from all these perspectives, which are just the same thing, experienced different ways. Is this not a good plan for how to live your life? Your bet your boopy. Any of Americans here from the 60s too, you know what bet your boopy was. That was Rowan and Martin. Anyone remember that? You people overseas would have no idea what bet your boopy is, but it means that you're exactly right. You're exactly right. That's exactly what it is. Now, did I skip any? Oh, the last one. Bodhisattva Jewel Crowned King says the correct way and the erroneous way constitute a dualism. Again, there's no right and wrong. I can go here and instead of lighting the incense, I could accidentally burn the place down. I could trip over my own 2 feet, say the wrong thing, right? In the sea, nothing's lacking. You can't do wrong. But yet, in this life, we can do wrong. So we try to do our best. Don't do wrong. I hope I did not do too wrong in this talk. I'm trying to do my best. But in the sea, you don't need this talk. There's nothing to talk about according to the sea. There's no separate one to talk about it. This is Vamilikerti's point as we come to the end. Then Manjusri said to Vamilikerti, hey, smarty pants, each of us has given an explanation. Now it is your turn to speak. How does the Bodhisattva enter the gate of non-dualism, Mr. Know-it-all? At that time, Vamilikerti remained silent and did not speak a word. What is to say if there's no separation? But yet Master Dogen, I got to put the footnote here, Master Dogen would say, if you think that that is the end of enlightenment, just to realize this silence and this wholeness, you've only got what we say in Zen is 80%. You've got to bring it back to this world of the life where there is war and peace and dishes to clean and weeds to pull in the garden and opportunities to put your foot in your mouth and all kinds of things. You got to bring it back to this life. So Vamilikerti, Dogen was a little critical of Vamilikerti too, and said, hey, don't get lost in that silence and emptiness thing. You got to come back to your waveness, okay? But anyway, Vamilikerti's answer was, let's stop talking about it. The sea doesn't need to talk about the sea. And Vamilikerti sighed and said, of course, words. Excellent, excellent. Not a word, not a syllable. This truly is to enter the gate of non-dualism. When this chapter on entering the gate or the doorway, in some translations of non-dualism was preached, 5,000 bodhisattvas in the assembly were able to enter the gate of non-dualism and to learn to accept the truth of birthlessness. And they live happily ever after. The end. Okay, we got a few minutes for questions about nothing. For some reason, people are a little frozen here, so if you I don't think I can see people waving their hands. If you got a question, would you just kind of wave your hand or just jump in? Shoka, I think that's a hand, or you're scratching your head. Yes, or both.
Both, a little bit of dualism. No, another way to look at it, I guess, is that the only dualism that exists is that which we make ourselves from judgments, labeling,
Yep.
emotions, anger,
Yep.
etc., etc., etc. And then
I'll put that there.
Vamilikerti's response of silence is more to me like the
Precious.
twirling of the flower.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. And yet we got to come back to this world where we are divided and there is good and bad. And our practice is to figure how all this fits together. It begins with Zazen, where we get a taste for this flowing wholeness, this emptiness of separate self-existence, where the tensions and the frictions and the separation drops away. And in samadhi, you know, that state, I think, you know, meditators, you've had, it's the big, it's okay. And everything, the sense of friction with the world softens, and sometimes in our practice it radically drops away, you know, where you really get a sense that everything is flowing as everything else, you know. So, but then we got to get up and back in the world, and my wife says, okay, you done with your Zen, big shot, go clean the dishes, you left them this morning. And I got to go in the house and do that after before lunch. So anyone here in the room? I can't see behind me. Danny, okay?
Yeah, I was reminded.
Wait, you got to talk loud because I got the microphone. She's reminded of. I'm gonna.
A couple of years, you played us some very experimental jazz,
Experimental jazz I played a couple of years ago.
and it was basically the individual instruments didn't make any tune, well, discernible tune to me. I'm not a big fan.
Basically, all the instruments kind of flowed into each other like that.
Yes, and then if you play all the instruments together, then suddenly you get to rhythm
And when all the instruments came together, then the rhythm and all the music emerged.
yes.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, that's why when I wrote about Dogen, I did Zen Master's Dance and compared him to jazz, because he heard the music of the world, where everything is flowing together as this great concert or symphony or jazz set. Concert I like, classical music, but it's very structured. But the world is kind of wild, so I like the jazz, the jazz part of it, But it's all flowing together and it's wild, and sometimes it's hard to hear. It's cacophonious, I believe is the musical term, which means it's hard to hear. But when you hear the whole piece, man, there is a beauty to it, a musicality. Okay? Anyone else have a question, comment, objection, complaint? Want your money back?
Hello,
Yes.
greetings from the Hotel Paramita in Pattaya, the
Yes,
resort by
James.
the sea. Okay,
Yes.
what you are saying reminds me of an anecdote. Many years ago, I was visiting my sister in Maine on the sea, and I went underwater and came up, and I said, "Tastes salty." and the next day, my wife, we were going to a church service, and the sea was like 200 meters away, and she says, "Wow, you can smell the sea." So even if we're looking for the sea, we're still in it. So
The sea is everywhere, even when it's unseen. Unseen. Oh, that was too subtle a pun. It's like we also use the moon analogy. The moon is always present, seen or unseen, even in the daytime, even in the darkest clouds. Moon's still up there, I'm pretty sure. And so is your seenness. Even when you're feeling so separated, angry, frustrated, scared, isolated, jealous, this is where the faith aspect comes in our practice. I want all of you, it helps me a lot sometimes too. I can't see it right now. I cannot feel my seenness right now. I've tasted it in Zazen sometimes, but I know it's still there. I know the moon is still shining, and maybe, hopefully, eventually it will reappear. Right now, it's hidden to my eyes. I don't feel it. Okay? So keep the faith, man. Brad, your hand on my screen is permanently frozen up. Did you have a question?
Yeah, question, comment. I just want to bring up the words in the verse. Experiencing the absolute is not yet enlightenment. And I've always seen, especially the last few years, this practice really the oscillation between the contraction we feel as the wave and the expansion we can feel as the ocean. And there's the sense that sometimes we're in the absolute separated, but then the dishes come up and arise again. But I wanted to zero in on the idea that the absolute is not yet enlightenment. And I'm just looking at the dance and the oscillation between those two, but I wondered if you maybe would comment on that.
Say the last sentence again. I'm sorry.
So when we talk about the absolute is not yet enlightenment,
Yeah.
I'm just curious your particular take on that.
I say one of the things that sometimes happens in this practice is someone will have a deep experience of the dropping away of separate self, and they're convinced, oh, now they're enlightened and they're the Buddha come back to life, and it's really bad. That kind of taste is precious to us to feel, and even if you're sitting Zazen, if you've never had that deep, profound dropping, even if you get the softening of your sense of separate self, it still gets in the bones with time, man. All right? It's necessary to our practice. This is why we're sitting Zazen for. We say there's no purpose or goal in Zazen. That's the goal. The reason we say no goal in Zazen is to realize that dropping away, you have to drop your wanting, your desire. Anyway, to get back to the question. So we have that experience, then we got to get up in life here, and we got to deal with the dishes and the war and the being an ass sometimes and all the things we do and being afraid. I can say, oh, there's no life or death, but yet I've got to go to the hospital. I'm scared. It's all got to fit together. And the only way I can describe we do that is it's like seeing the world one way out of one eye and the other way out of the other eye, which one way is like the wholeness and the other way is the division. And when we open both eyes together, a certain clarity and wisdom, prajna, appears. And we say, oh, I'm still living in this messed up world, but yet somehow, no, it's not messed up ultimately. And yet in this world, I have a duty to clean up the messes I can. And all of that together is, Brad, what we do. That is our practice. Neglect one aspect and you're missing something. See the emptiness, see the division, find out how they both fit together by seeing with clarity the division, and then do your best to make this a better world and yourself a better person. All of it fits together. Okay.
So I've always saw that as
go.
being the wave. Being the wave is just as important as being the ocean too.
It's all important. It's all important.
Yeah, we're still the wave at the end of the day.
We're always the wave. And
Thanks,
we're
Jimbo.
always still asses sometimes. Ask my wife. She says, ZAZENKAI, if your students could see you now. I said, no, don't tell them what I'm really like. Don't take a picture now. I'm not at my best. This is not the me I want to put on Facebook. We all got that side, okay, including me and everybody. What I'm saying is our practice is to realize we're not only that, and that does not happen too bad and too often, okay? And hopefully too, when we do our bad, it's not too bad. I've never, robbed a bank. I'm not going to do that, okay? Right? I have taken an extra few cookies when no one's looking. I do that. Okay. Are we about ready for a little short zazen? Any last pressing questions? There's no time limit. If someone has something to say, go ahead. I can't really see everybody, so just jump in. Going once? Going twice? Or as we should say in Zen, going not one, going not two. Bjorn, would you take us out of the sutra?
Yeah. May the merits of these teachings penetrate into each thing in all places, so that we and every sentient being together may realize the Buddha's way. All Buddhas throughout space and time. All Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha Prajna Paramita.
We're going to have a little very short zazen right now, remembering that zazen is not always a matter of long and short. Zazen, any moment, is beyond time. So sometimes we sit long, sometimes we sit for weeks or days, like Kakunin, our monk friend, is going to go sit for 3 months now, right? And right now we're going to have a short zazen. But I'm also going to, my new practice today is I'm in charge of the Hokey Pokey, which here is a traditional ritual. So if you see me moving, I'm figuring out to get the Hokey Pokey on. That is my moving Zoom zazen right now. But let's get you guys sitting. We will now have the ancient ritual of the Hokey Pokey, but actually it's, hello, everyone there? Hello? You're here? Okay, we're going to get up, Hokey Pokey now. The Hokey Pokey is an ancient Indian dance ritual, as you know. Hokey Pokey, it's a Sanskrit, the Pali is a Hokey Pokey. And I was looking for, get up, everyone, get up to dance now. I hope you're up. Not seeing much movement there. Something's wrong. Oh, yeah, I think you're up. Okay. I was looking for the, since our subject was doorways, I thought, I wonder if Jim Morrison and the Doors ever did a cover of the Hokey Pokey. And the answer is no, but I found this other song, which frankly is probably not the best Doors song I ever heard. You know the Doors, Jim Morrison. Yeah. And by the way, Jim Morrison had returned to the wave. Jim Morrison had returned to the sea about 2 years before they made this song. So this was when the other waves of the band were, yeah. So anyway, long story short, it's not the best song ever, but here we are. Let's dance the Doors. Hopefully this will work. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. It's not because of the Zoom. Oh, wait, here it goes. Maybe I forgot this. Did I do this? Oh, I forgot to hit share. Wait, now it's going to go. Oh, people, get up and dance. Riders of the storm, riders of the storm, into your house you're born. Into your house we're born. I'm sorry, I can't get the other doors. This one's better anyway. How's it go? Riders on the storm. You know any doors?
No.
Beyond, help me. You know any doors?
You were doing it. It was working. We were all dancing. It was fine.
Okay, I don't know what happened to our doors here, but anyway, if you want to
we heard it. We heard it. I don't know if you.
You heard the song? Okay. In any case, you can check it out later. Frankly, don't check it out. It's not a good song. But anyway, okay, all right. Anyway, okay, we're done there. I think now I don't know why that didn't work. I'll figure that out by next month. Now I think I stopped sharing. No, I don't know what happened. Anyway, okay, we're stopping. You guys can hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
We can
Okay,
hear
I
you.
can hear you. You can
We
hear
can
me?
hear the song and everything.
Yes.
You see, even though we're all the wave, man, sometimes things are just a big mess. Okay, ready? Zazen. Oh, no, wrong thing. What do I do? Is that right? Yeah, Zazen. Here we go, Zazen. Okay. We will now have a long kinhin. Please get up very carefully. Your legs may be a little rubbery, right? Take care. I don't know, your posture looks much better. Yeah, the way you're sitting looks very much down. You put one foot under the other, it puts pressure on this foot. Apart, so try not to do that, but you're looking very balanced. Is it comfortable? No? Not yet? Okay, well, keep experimenting. Yes. Turn this off for a second. Let me switch in here. Here. We will now recite the metaverses, followed by Zazen. But before we do, I wanted to ask Rowan, are you still here? Rowan?
I am here.
Rowan, you're the Rowan who was one of the original Treeleafers, who was one of our dearest members for years and years. Are you that Rowan? We will now recite the metaverses.
Yes, yes, I am.
Rowan! It's so good to see you. You see, you can't get away from this place.
It's true.
It is so wonderful. I noticed you here last couple of weeks, and we'll talk in the forum. But so lovely to see you.
Okay. It's wonderful to be here.
Right, wonderful. Now today we're now going to do the metaverses. I don't know if we did those when you were one of the original roots of the Treeleaf, but Danny, I've asked, who has been listening to the metaverses hundreds of times. Today I've asked her to lead us in the metaverses. So would you please take a seat? You know the metaverses? Yep, have a seat. I'll be here to kind of, I'll do the bells. Now, the one thing I want to say before we start is remember that this is kind of a visualization exercise. So when we say that we wish someone to be free of enmity, enmity means hate. When we wish someone to be free of hate, actually feel the hate or any anger kind of melt in your own heart and visualize it melting in their heart too. Just kind of literally fading away. Or if we say we feel kindness, try to remember what that feels like to feel kind, or when someone did kindness for you, and wish them, see them to have some kindness in their heart. Okay, we begin with ourselves. Nothing wrong with that. We're the sea. They're the sea, right? So it's just the sea chanting for the sea. And after we chant for ourselves, then we chant for someone we love. It can be more than one person. We can do a group, enough metta to go around. Then a dear friend, then a stranger. Then the difficult person, I'm going to ask in a second to explain why we do the difficult person. And then we do all sentient beings. So Danny, would you explain to everyone, why do we chant for the difficult people in the world or in our life?
Because they're also part of the sea.
That's a good reason. And also to wish they weren't that way too. Yeah. If they truly knew kindness, if they truly did not know hate, they would not be that person. So we chant for them too. Are you ready to go? Give me a loud me. Let me hear it. Loud voice. Okay. First for ourselves.
May I be free of suffering. May I feel safe and still. May I be free of enmity. May I be loving, grateful, and kind. May I be healthy and at ease in all my ills. May I be at peace, embracing all conditions of life.
And next, remember?
Next, for our loved ones.
Mm-hmm. Choose a loved one.
May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. May they be free of enmity. May they be loving, grateful, and kind. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Now for a close friend. May she be free of suffering. May she feel safe and still. May she be free of enmity. May she be loving, grateful, and kind. May she be healthy and at ease in all her ills. May she be at peace, embracing all conditions of life.
Stranger.
Now for a stranger. May he be free of suffering. May he feel safe and still. May he be free of enmity. May he be loving, grateful, and kind. May he be healthy and at ease in all his ills. May he be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Now, for a difficult person.
Everybody think of the difficult person. It's not hard, unfortunately.
May he be free of suffering. May he feel safe and still. May he be free of enmity. May he be loving, grateful, and kind. May he be healthy and at ease in all his ills. May he be at peace, embracing all conditions of life.
All sentient beings.
Now for all sentient beings. May we be free of suffering. May we feel safe and still. May we be free of enmity. May we be loving, grateful, and kind. May we be healthy and at ease in all our ills. May we be at peace, embracing all conditions of life.
Lovely. And now we'll close our day with a little more zazen. You can just, I want you to sit there. Okay. And everyone can just sit where they are or take their seats. And I'll ring the bell in a moment. We will now recite the verse of atonement and the 4 vows. Please get up very carefully. We don't want to lose anybody the last minute. You okay? Don't lean on that table. I also realized, looking at Bjorn and Menge, I'm backwards. I got the beard. Our Zendo's backwards. I'll fix it later, I guess. But anyway, I'm in the other dimension. Oh, thank you.
All harmful acts, words, and thoughts ever committed by me since of old, on account of beginningless greed, anger, and ignorance, born of my body, mouth, and mind, now I atone for them all. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless. To transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible. To perceive reality, though reality is boundless. To attain the enlightened way, a way unattainable. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless. To transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible. To perceive reality, though reality is boundless. To attain the enlightened way, a way unattainable. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless. To transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible. To perceive reality, though reality is boundless. To attain the enlightened way, a way unattainable.
Well, lovely, everybody. This week, as you're being the sea, try to not engage in too much greed, anger, and ignorance. That makes the storms on the sea, you know, and the big clashing waves. Keep your sea smooth. Love you all. I hope you can hear us because a little frozen today, but please go in peace and we'll see you later. All right? Big wave. Cynthia's outside. She's waving from out there. Okay. See you guys. Now, I gotta turn this off. Let's see. So here, I pause and stop recording. Oh, I did that. And now I go over here. Right? Uh-oh. Where did that go? Oh, I'll figure it out. Wait a second, I lost my YouTube for some reason.
Just try to get us off the live stream.
Say again?
Try to get us off the live stream on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. It's going to take a second. You guys can all go home though. Leave me here. It's okay. I got it. I got it. Okay. I'll get you. I'll get it off. See you later.
Bye.
Don't worry about me. I'm fine. There we go.
Last word.